Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Friday morning, August 25th. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan. We had some fog early in the morning. Things are opening up somewhat. It is still mostly overcast. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. You can see that there is still some haziness. It is slowly dissipating. In the distance we can see the main ATC control tower. I think I also have to put the notch on my pen handle a notch lower. There we go. At the moment, Polderbaan only runway in use for arrivals. Kaagbaan runway 24 and Alsmeerbaan, the runway 18 left are being used for departures at the moment. Same configuration as yesterday. Hardly any wind. I believe that the wind earlier in the morning was southwesterly. I think it might have changed a little bit to westerly. Let's inspect the METAR in more detail in a minute. Goedemorgen Liewe, Wilma, Paula, Mitke, yes, good morning mate. USA Titan, Lane, goedemorgen, good morning. Owen, good morning. Gijsbers, good morning. Mario, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. Dane Spotter Joshi, Martin, DP2017, Victor, good morning. Berend, goedemorgen. FA, guten Morgen. Hope everybody is doing all right. Swiss Airbus A220 arriving from Zurich. Peter, goedemorgen. Lena, goedemorgen. Andy Green, good morning, mate. Leo, goedemorgen. Lazoon Pyro, good morning. Hey, Suzanne, goedemorgen. Tim, goedemorgen. T-Mac, good morning. Let's quickly turn around the camera. Vueling A319 arriving from Florence is next. And after that, a 777 freighter by the looks of it. So this is Vueling flight 6814 arriving from Florence, Firenze, Italia. Flight time 1 hour and 46 minutes, A319, 16 years old. First flight was in February 2007. Now I had a look on Flight Radar just now before going live to see what we can expect in terms of queens and kings. There's a special livery, a rugby livery A380 underway from Dubai to Amsterdam, expected to land around 1:30 p.m. Also expected around 1:30 p.m. is a Boeing 747 and the first 747 is expected around 10:30. Now, I did not see any other 747s underway, which is not to say that one might depart later in the morning from a nearby airport, for instance Paris Charles de Gaulle. We've seen that happen before. In that case, we can expect more than 2 queens. But for now, 2 are underway that are visible on flight radar. Emirates Sky Cargo, 777 freighter arriving from Aguadilla. Another winner in the sound department, that's for sure. Hey Alvin, good morning mate, or good afternoon, good arvo I should say. Has your weekend already begun? Flight pilot 002, goedemorgen. René, goedemorgen. Sponge, dzień dobry, hello again. Hello to you too mate, welcome back, good to see you, hope all is well. Otto, goedemorgen, good morning. Now, let's have a look. The next airplane is going to be from SAS. Embraer 195, a regular Embraer 195. Just about visible. Flight 2551, arriving from Copenhagen. Okay, flight time an hour and 14 minutes. Normally around an hour, so maybe headwind underway. 16-year-old airplane. First flight January 2007. Mrs. Professor, good morning. It is not only cloudy, but we are also still having reduced visibility. We had fog overnight, mist I should say, less dense than fog. The mist is clearing, but visibility is not yet optimized. Bit clammy, 19 degrees C. Standing here in my jeans, also had a vest on, put it out, but I think the jeans was a mistake. Maybe I still should have gone out in shorts. But at least the sun is not out, so I'm not getting toasted over here. Not sure if we're going to keep it dry. There were some rain showers expected later in the day. Thunderstorms possibly. I think more land inward, not so much the coastal regions. Did bring umbrellas for just in case, but I'm hoping things will open up even more. There are some patches of blue here and there. Looking around, you can see it is mostly overcast. Again, looking back at the main platform area, you can see haziness. On the other hand, looking to the west, you do also have some patches of blue in the sky. You can see that the flat buildings, the tower flats, are illuminated by sunshine over there in the Haarlem region. So who knows, that might also come our way later in the morning. Coming in is Air France flight 1340, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, Airbus A321, flight time 49 minutes, also a bit longer than normal. 5 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight January 2008. And again, a landing with idle reversers. They open the slots, but they don't apply the reverse thrust, making for a quiet landing. Bit boring for us. But there you go. It's getting busy in the chat. Let me catch up. Paolo, good morning. Aniruda, good morning. John Llewellyn, good morning, mate. Marissa, goedemorgen. Just dropping in to leave a like, working today. That is unfortunate. John Vogel, good evening, mate. Or is it still good afternoon? 8-hour time difference probably. So late afternoon, early evening. Checking in from Melbourne. Nathan, good morning. Kobe en Jan, goedemorgen. Marius, goedemorgen. Alright, multitasking, not my forte. So let's first film the airplane, then catch up on the live chat. have to catch up quickly, otherwise the lag, the number of messages I'll be behind is even going to be bigger. Trira Dial, checking in from Perth. Good Arvo, mate. Good Arvo. Koenie, morgen. Anthony, good morning. Any VIP traffic? Well, possibly, but it will most likely land on the small Schiphol Oost runway, which is on the other side of the airport area. So very hard to see from over here, particularly under these circumstances with low visibility. Jordan, good morning. William, good morning. Mario, good morning. Benjamin, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. James Talk, good evening. Another viewer from Melbourne. Malaysia Airlines, good evening. Did I miss anything? You missed everything. Nah, nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Lasse, goedemorgen. Right, I think I am caught up again with the chat. Air Serbia, probably arriving from Belgrade, did not have the time to check the details, but most likely arriving from Belgrade. I like the color combination. It is not too loud, but it is nice and subtle. Right. Hey, Mr. Master, Rick, goedemorgen. Good morning, mate. Oh, don't you start with me, with Max. United Airlines flight 968 is coming in from San Francisco. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. It is underway now for 9 hours and 17 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in February 2016. Right, the wheelie competition has begun. Noise. Not too bad, not too bad. The wheelie was okay, but it wasn't a very loud landing. Let's see if we can also see a few loud landings. Hey there, Kaylee, good morning. Coaster Boy, good morning. Right, let's have a look. Embraer 175 arriving from Brussels is next. Short flight. They can almost start preparing for landing as soon as the gear has been retracted. As you guys can see, visibility is not yet optimal. Ah, okay. Also Qatar 777 in the World Cup livery expected. Lasse is saying. Jerry, good morning, mate. Or good night, I should say. Jannes, good morning. Ricardo, goedemorgen. And indeed, the A380 is expected in the World Cup livery. So it's a special livery. We all know where it's going to land already. But it will probably make for a nice ending of the stream. There's also a 747 approaching, I think it was from Miami, Florida, but I'm not sure anymore. There were two underway. One of them was expected to arrive around 1:30, more or less within 10 minutes of the A380. This is KLM flight 1722, Embraer 175, flight time a measly 30 minutes. It is coming in from Brussels and it is 5 years old. First flight was October 2017. KLM fashion. Continuing on the runway, vacate late, sooner to the gate. So, in the meantime, an airplane is departing. So, upward visibility is alright. This airplane taking off to the north. KLM 737. I think on its way, no. Two labels crossing each other. Going to Copenhagen. In the meantime, another 747 arriving from Bjerke. KLM flight 1184. Goedemorgen Jolande. Good morning Peter. Salut Camille. Comment ça va? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Right, next up Royal Air Maroc. Royal Air Maroc, flight 1680, arriving from Nador, Boeing 737-800. Flight time 2 hours and 38 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in December 2008. That is not a bird control vehicle, but a different vehicle. Let's see what it says on the side. T-23. All right. Next up will be Turkish flight 1951 Airbus A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 3 hours and 4 minutes. That is typical. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in April 2011. Roy, goedemorgen kerel. Hoe is het? Good to see you, mate. Now over in the water, it is much calmer than it was yesterday. I will show you in a minute. I think there's a little gap between this airplane and the next one, allowing for some sightseeing in the water, although not much to see. It is eerily quiet over here. In the broader sense, nobody here in the grass yet. Let's see, oh, there is somebody approaching. There are a few people, if you look in the background behind the lantern with the blue cycling path sign on it. You can see people standing behind fences. That is the main spottersplaats. Now, the bird favorite peninsula and concrete slab are vacant at the moment. And in the water, not much to be seen. Further north, you can see two birds in the water, but that is about it. Now it is looking to open up a little bit more. If you look, you can see definitely more blue over here coming from the west. I think the wind was also blowing from the west, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look at the latest METAR. And also, thank you so much, WD Computer, for just becoming a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your support and welcome. Now I don't have enough time, I see, to do all the things I want to do. First, let's have a look at the landing of this airplane. A320neo from SAS arriving from Oslo, flight 821. Flight time 1 hour and 35 minutes. The airplane is a year old. First flight was in April 2022. Jean-Yves, bonjour mon ami. Have the temperatures in France, also a question to Camille, have the temperatures gone down already? Is it no longer an open oven over there? Was on the news the other day in the Netherlands as well that there's a heat wave going on particularly in the south of France, but in France in general, I think. How are you guys holding up? Oh, Sponge is informing us that there are supposedly 2 747s in the next hour. I did see one, but curious to learn where that other one is coming from. I did see an airplane earlier. Or did I? Yeah, I did. All right, there. Also have white stripes on my camera screen to divide the screen into thirds to line up stuff. The airplane was exactly behind the white stripe. Coming in is an Embraer 175 arriving from Prague. KLM flight 1352. Flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes. 6-year-old airplane, first flight June 2017. De rook platonicist, good morning. Lars, goedemorgen man. Hommagad, good morning. Merijn, goedemorgen. Kevin H, good morning. Checking in from New York, so you're up early, probably. Don't think, or are you up late? Maybe working a night shift or something. We do also have a lot of night workers finding the stream. Welcome one and all. Kevin is up early. In the meantime, we're hearing an Embraer 190 going to Trondheim, following the same path as the airplane we saw earlier. The next airplane coming our way is an Embraer 170, Air France Hop, probably arriving from Marseille. Should become visible over there somewhere. Let's have a look at the weather. Now we've been streaming for half an hour or so. The METARs are always a bit late with being updated on Flight Radar, so let's just go to Flight Radar and copy paste the latest METAR and let me take you guys through it. So the wind is interesting. We are actually, if the METAR is correct, experiencing a little bit of tailwind with this airplane, with this landing, this runway now being used for landing. I'm copy pasting it, the METAR into the ticker. Should become visible Peter W. says, good morning from Lancashire, Northwest UK. Good morning, mate. Welcome to the show. Richard van Brach, goedemorgen. In a very hot Alicante. Isn't it always hot in Alicante? Nice. So this is the weather report from 7:55 Zulu time. That is 9:55 Central European time, so this is from 10 minutes ago. Really fresh off the press, as we say in Dutch. The wind, 5 knots from 290 degrees. So that means that there is a northwesterly wind, which is why I think it is interesting that the runway is being used for landing. But it's only a handful of knots, so that is probably why. Also, the wind direction is variable still between 260 degrees and 330 degrees. So even more northerly. So there's tailwind today. Visibility 9999, 10 kilometers or more. That's on ground level. Few clouds at 700 feet. Broken clouds at 1,300 feet. 20 degrees Celsius is the current air temperature. The dew point is 18 degrees Celsius. The barometric pressure is 1,007 hectopascals. And no significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Rud3 Gaming, good morning. Also good morning to Sarah Hutchinson, checking in from near Gatwick. Welcome back, good to see you. Hope everybody is doing well. It's a Friday morning. We have had some mist that is clearing up. Hardly any wind, but the wind that there is coming from the northwest, interestingly. So not sure how long the runway will continue to be used for landings. Could be that they might switch it up, do departures later. In that case, we are also located in a right position. This is the same spot as where I was standing yesterday. Yesterday we began with departures and we ended with arrivals. About an hour in, the runway usage got changed. Wouldn't be surprised if something similar happened today, later in the morning. Embraer 170 arriving from Marseille. Air France op. Still the only runway in use for arrivals. Looks like things are opening up a little bit. This is looking to the southwest, the south, southeast, the east, northeast, the north, and the northwest. The next airplane to arrive is Corendon Airlines, flight 518, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Ibiza. Flight time nearly 2 hours, 1 hour and 56 minutes. The airplane is 23 years old. First flight of this airplane was in December 1999. Hey Anja, goedemorgen. Harry, good morning. Tony, good morning. Goedemorgen. And Jerry is asking, no Embraer 600 from Moscow today? No, they are prone to fall out of the sky vertically for some reason. Really strange. Cheers. Cheers for the super sticker, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, what a coincidence, eh? So unexpected. It is like they have extra strong gravity. Airplanes are attracted to the ground. Oligarchs near windows also attracted to the ground. They just get pulled through the window. It's amazing. Right, so the next airplane to arrive is going to be an EasyJet A320neo arriving from London Gatwick. Think we can see it just about in the distance. So on ground level visibility 10 kilometers or more, but you can see it is still a bit hazy up in the north. EasyJet flight 28674 A320neo arriving from London Gatwick. Flight time 39 minutes. Brand new airplane. First flight December 2022. Unfortunately, not yet able to see any airplanes following it. Hopefully later in the morning visibility will improve so that we can also see airplanes behind the first airplane. Oh, and there's a grebe swimming over here. Nice. Outbound grebe. Let me switch to autofocus. Standard livery. Not the special zebra edition. In next, 777-200 El Al flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv. Flight time 4 hours and 13 minutes. This is a 777-200 ER. Flight 337. It is 16 years old. First flight was in August 2007. Dave A010, good morning. Dexter B, good morning. Cycling therapist, good morning. Finally, some noise. Shalom, my friends. You guys understand how you're supposed to do a nice landing. The right visuals and the right soundtrack. Indeed, Alvin. Rest in peace, eardrums. Whoa. Maybe we'll see some more birds in the water now after they have been awoken by the reversers being applied by that 777 just now. I do see an airplane in the distance, just about, coming over here. Embraer 190 KLM arriving from Berlin. Behind it is going to be a Dreamliner 7879 arriving from Austin, Texas. Say what? Indeed, Danny. KLM flight 1822 is coming next. Embraer 190 flying in from Berlin. Flight time 1 hour and 4 minutes as we speak. It is a 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in July of the year 2009. Mario is informing us that the 747 in the meantime has entered Dutch airspace. That is good news. In the meantime, the sun is starting to shine over here and I am seriously overdressed with trousers on. Getting a bit warm, hardly any wind. No sunscreen, so I'm even thinking I might need to put on my vest. Getting a bit warmer just to protect my arms. Is it going to be winter already? I want to go skiing. Plus, I'd much rather have cold than warmth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a typical Dutch trait, always complaining about the weather. It's never good enough. Always something to itch about with a B in front. Little booty shot. Let's turn around the camera. Dreamliner coming in. Let me also quickly head over to the control panel and say a big thank you to Alvin for a totally uncalled for super sticker, a very generous one at that as well. Thanks, mate. Hippo character spins around in his chair, arms flung up in the air. Mate, you know you shouldn't have. Thank you so much, but really totally unnecessary. But cheers, mate. Mid-size Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas, 7879, KLM flight 668. Its flight time was 9 hours and a minute. 7-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. Privet, the best cross out. Juanita says, if you want warm, come to Alicante. Oh man. Yeah, a cycling therapist says if you want to go skiing, come to Tirol. I think the only place where you can ski in Tirol right now would be the Hintertux Gletscher, only in the early morning probably. Or maybe some other glaciers as well. Not sure if they are all open throughout the year. I do know that the Hintertux Gletscher is open 12 months of the year. Just the upper slopes, probably only in the morning until 1 o'clock or something. Graciano Ramos da Silva says good morning from Brazil. Good morning, mate. Bom dia. Welcome to the show. Welcome to all other viewers as well. If you're a first-time viewer, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Friendly folk over here. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot. Knowledgeable people are always there in the chat, and there's no such thing as a silly question. British Airways flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. One of the many flights between the two capitals on a daily basis. Alvin has to go get some bevies. Right. Tim Lawton, good morning, mate. Skies clearing in the UK. Well, the same is happening over here. But you can see still some haziness. This is a Dreamliner 10 arriving from Las Vegas. KLM flight 636, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. Flight time 9 hours and 2 minutes. 3-year-old airplane, first flight May 2020. Now you see flex. Yep, spoilers up and they flatten. Next up is going to be Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. Lucas, good morning. GCL Streams, good morning, mate. I think you're right there, Jerry. Las Vegas is equals lost wages. Unless you are really skilled at poker or something, maybe then you can come out ahead, but for most people that is unfortunately not the case. This is Croatia Airlines flight 450 A320 arriving from Zagreb. Flight time is 1 hour and 43 minutes as we speak. It is a 23-year-old bird. Her first flight was in April of the year 2000. Me myself said over 10,000 lightnings in the Cologne region in the last hour. Wow. Aphrodite shared a very interesting link yesterday in the chat where you can see the real-time lightning strikes. Had a look yesterday, really nice. Also interesting to see yesterday how the weather can be very different locally. As I was driving back home, it was raining here and around the end of the stream, and it did not slow down. But as I was driving home, and I'm like 15 kilometers or so away from here, 10 miles or so, it started getting dry. And as I got home, it was dry. And it stayed dry most of the afternoon, just a few more droplets later in the afternoon. And we had some rain in the evening and overnight, but this location here was exactly at the edge of where the more serious rain started to fall more northerly and where it was still dry more southerly. And the polderbound was right in the middle, caught in the middle. Now, the next airplane to arrive is from Qatar, arriving from Doha, 777. But yeah, I'm struggling to see anything. I'm not seeing anything visually, so there's also nowhere I can point and zoom the camera onto. The triple is now crossing the North Sea Canal. And Rick in the north yesterday had a lot of rain all afternoon, he says. I saw it on the buienradar, the weather radar. Definitely a big difference between the north, but also the south. It was the middle of the country that was spared for some reason. Okay, I think I am starting to see something. No, that's too far to the left. All right, there. Still vague as you guys can see, but it is coming. The next airplane. Qatar Cargo, flight 8201, arriving from Doha, where it left 6 hours and 12 minutes ago. This is a 777 freighter, 3 years old. First flight of this airplane was in September 2019. Bart, goedemorgen. And Ian says that there's a Delta A330 Neo underway, arriving from Salt Lake City. GCL Streams is referring to a website called Zoom Earth Radar. That sounds interesting. Have to remind myself to check that out once I get home. And Ian, it is indeed still a bit hazy over here. We've had full-blown mist in the morning. It's now slowly dissipating. But at ground level, according to the METAR, visibility is 10 kilometers or more. But you can see that in the upper atmospheres, still haziness is present. can also see it in the background. Trees, the main platform area, all a bit hazy. So imagine if the Polderbaan did not have the dedicated ATC control tower and you had to watch traffic over here from over there with your binoculars or something. Good luck with that. Haven't seen the firefighters yet, by the way, so maybe we are still due another round. There doesn't seem to be any activity going on over there, so unless they've been really early today, but my guess is they will go for a later round or not at all, or maybe do a round to a different part of the platform area so that we don't see them. Right. Hey Olaf, goedemorgen. Nou, Liewe, goedemorgen kerel. Alles goed? The next airplane to arrive is an Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 982. City hopper arriving from London City. 36 minutes of flight time, now 37 minutes. The airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in March 2010. Looks like the A330neo is coming behind it. Now turning onto the glide slope further north. Out of our sight, unfortunately. Hopefully that will change later in the morning. Alright, Lars is saying that there is a spider on my lens. Let's have a look. I am not seeing any spiders whatsoever. Let me remove the lens hood. Nothing. If it was there, it has moved to a different location already. Right. We're awaiting the arrival of Delta Airlines Flight 56, an A330neo, and the first Queen is also coming behind it. All still further up north. I'm not seeing anything visually. Not much to see, unfortunately. Oh, I believe you, Lars. But they are on the move. I sometimes see them. There's also sometimes a fly lands on the camera. You're standing outdoors, so that can always happen. There's a beaver on your head. Yeah. And the next airplane is from Max Verstappen, Rick. Hey there, Cochrane, checking in from Malaysia. Good afternoon, mate. Hey Ron, good morning. I'm hoping I'm going to stay dry as well. I did bring umbrellas along with me, but I think we'll be good. The weather forecast said that there were going to form some rain showers possibly in the afternoon, but I think that is more land inward, not so much the coastal regions. So I think we are going to be good over here. Now, not going to be able to linger long once this airplane has landed, because behind this airplane the first Queen is arriving. But this is Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City, A330neo. It is underway now for 8 hours and 40 minutes. The airplane is brand new, meaning a year old or less. And the first flight was in fact in April of this year. So it is 4 months old or so, almost 5. very interesting in the wheelie department, also not in the audio department. A bit disappointing. Where's Max? Where's Max? Didn't you see him wave, Rick? He was sitting in the front on the right hand side. He also had his torch on, didn't you see? You're getting old, Rick. You need glasses, I think. Right, next up, the first queen of the day, Cathay Pacific Cargo. Flight 3165, arriving from Dubai. It is a Boeing 7478 freighter. Flight time from Dubai, as is similar to what the flight time of the A380 always is at this stage. Nearly 6.5 hours. This airplane 6 hours 28 minutes. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight was in June 2012. Let's see and listen how this landing is going to go. Nice. Also, the extended use of the reversers and the spooling down. Lovely sound. Morgen Sander, indeed, net op tijd. Just in time, if you just tuned in. Welcome to all other viewers as well. If you just tuned in, welcome to the show. This is AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're watching arrivals over at the Polderbaan. We've had misty conditions earlier in the morning and it is still hazy, as you guys can see. It is slowly getting better, but we're not there yet, so visibility to the north is not optimal yet. At the moment, the Polderbaan is the only runway in use for arrivals. Next up is KLM flight 749. It is arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. 7879 Dreamliner, the mid-size version. Flight time of this airplane right now, 9 hours and 33 minutes. The airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in March 2018. Mr. Yorkshire Biker, good morning, mate. Good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well. So one 747 down and a second one, at least a second one. I'm not sure if more will follow that depart while we're streaming from nearby locations. We've had that happen earlier when a Boeing 747 unexpectedly took off from Paris Charles de Gaulle, which meant in 45 minutes it was landing over here. Airborne right now is another one. I think it is coming from the west, and it should arrive around 1:30 p.m, which is also the expected time of arrival of today's Emirates A380. My intention is to stick around until then, until both have landed. Now I'm not going to guarantee you guys that we're going to see them up close. Might be that the center runway will also be open around the time it arrives. That is often the case, so I'm just doing a little bit of expectations management. However, bear in mind, when they do land on 18C, we are able to see them quite well still. Just the whole audio experience is not the same. This is Lufthansa flight 988, A320, arriving from Frankfurt, where it left 48 minutes ago. This airplane is 22 years old. First flight was in November 2000. Lufti, wieder zurück in die Niederlande. Herzlich willkommen. A little bit of a KLM style landing, staying on the runway late, or vacate late, sooner to the gate I should say. Now, macro overview. This is looking to the south, you can see some patches of blue here and there. This is the southwest, also some blue. This is looking to the west. Turning back, this would be the southeast and the east and the northeast. And back to the north, where the airplanes are coming from. The next airplane is Delta Airlines A330, flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Flight time 7 hours and 26 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in December 2006. And we got a wheelie and we got some nice reversers being applied there. A win-win winner. Killerspieler, guten Morgen. Blackburst 99, good morning my friend. If there are other people who I forgot, my apologies. Elsa, good morning. Who says, I'm enjoying your program and learning from about airplanes. Excellent. And there is hardly any wind indeed, GCL streams right now. The water is like a mirror, just a handful of knots. In fact, the latest meter I checked was saying that there was a little bit of crosswind, tailwind actually. Wind is now from the northwest. Ah, I see the little spider. Was walking on the base of my tripod where the camera attaches. So hopefully it is now blown into the grass where it can make a nice web better than on my camera. Madeira Aviation Spotting, good morning. Florian, good morning. Small airplane, big engines, that can mean only one thing. E2 Embraer 195, this one arriving from... Well, huh? Wait. It is a returning airplane, by the looks of it. Is that correct? It says Amsterdam, Geneva, but... Now I only have a small postage stamp of screen real estate dedicated to flight radar, so I cannot see the entire track of this airplane, but it says outbound, is that correct? Has it gone around and landed again? Let's see. Indeed, returning aircraft. Okay. Okay. Well. Hopefully all is well. Bob, goedemorgen, good morning. Rick says, you can always try eating a lot of beans before you go out streaming next time. I'm sure there'll be a bit more wind every now and then. Yeah, absolutely, mate. We can also turn on the windmills in the background. As Jerry was already saying in earlier streams, if we switch them off, then there won't be so much wind. We can also do the reverse and turn them on. Generate a little bit of wind. Also blow away the remaining haziness. Hey Gijsbers, goedemorgen. Right. A340 is taking off from runway 24. Shall we have a look and see if we can see it and how much we can see of it? Don't think it's going to be much today because of the haziness, but we'll probably see more of it than we did from Max's airplane yesterday. Let's have a look. Surinam Airways, flight 993 going to Paramaribo. Should be taking off now. It is lined up already. So I'm expecting it. Where was it last time? I think it's a slow climber. Seriously underpowered. Probably will emerge from out of the trees right off the ATC tower. Just a hunch. Mohammed, goedemorgen. Attila, goedemorgen. Good morning to you all. All other viewers as well. If you just tuned in, you're wondering what is going on here. Currently on runway 24, Surinam Airways A340 is ready to take off to Paramaribo, and we're going to see if we can see some of it. Now it is still hazy, as you guys can see, so I'm not too hopeful. You know me, Rick, I am the biggest fanboy of Max there is. I think this is it, or is it? No, I think that's another airplane taking off in front of it. No, wait, that is it. Was it? I already lost it. So, in summary, in short, not much to be seen from over here today, unfortunately. Terry, good morning. Checking in from Iowa. Good morning, my friend. Welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. Looking at flight radar, I can see that air traffic is now also coming to the center runway, so it is parallel arrivals at the moment. Our next airplane becoming visible in the distance is a TUI Dreamliner arriving from Aruba, Oranjestad, flight 361. Aruba, the A in the ABC Islands, part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, 3 islands in the Caribbean, just off the coast of Venezuela. Flight time of this airplane, nearly 9 hours, 8 hours 58 minutes according to flight radar. The airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight, I will tell you in a minute. So I'm now standing angled at the camera. Not being able to see my front screen. But that is necessary to continuously make a smooth 180-degree pan, such as this. Now I can see again. The first flight of this airplane was in November 2013. Alrighty. Hidde, goedemorgen, guten morgen, bonjour. Using all the languages in the book. Now, as you guys can see in the distance, airplanes taking off, not taking off, landing on 18 center. So I will have to update the ticker. We are starting to see the lights of the next airplane coming our way, and that means it is playtime. A320neo arriving from Reykjavik, play flight 460. A320neo, flight time 2 hours and 34 minutes. Brand new airplane, first flight was in March 2023. Here we go. Goedemorgen Gijs. Ah, who is in the Dreamliner vacating? Awesome. Good morning, Barbs. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is playtime. Members, get out your playtime emoji. It is that time of day. Once again. Brand new airplane. First flight March this year. I think there is a butt shot coming in. I can feel it. Bit more. Yes, there we go. Right, spoilers are going down. Are we also going to see the flaps retract before the right-hand turn? I think they are retracting already. Yeah, they're definitely going up. Alright, next up, Air Malta, coming in from Milan, another A320neo. Flight 394, 2 hours and 50 minutes underway. 3-year-old airplane, a bit older than the previous one. First flight was in September 2019. Indeed, Gijsers, a baboon butt shot. Not so much for this. Although there are also red aspects, red details in the livery. Ooh, it is getting warm over here with the sun being out. Particularly with my jeans on. Summer in the Netherlands, you always pick the wrong clothes. Either you're dressed too cold or too warm. Even after 41 years, still hard to get it right. Well, no butt shot at all for this airplane. But you could argue it would also have been a baboon butt shot of sorts. Hey Peter, goedemorgen. Right. Well, again, some clouds will quickly move in front of the sun in a minute, so it's on and off. But there's also just like near zero wind. That is the most contributing factor to it being warm to the senses, that there is just hardly any wind. You might think it is raining lightly, but those are the same air. If we look at our proxy windsock, you can see that the smoke or vapor, the excrements of the chimney are rising vertically. Good morning, Elon Marco. Good morning, Warren G. Dave Lee, good morning, mate. Peter Lam, good morning. Matt says, hopefully the chocolate livery uses center so that you don't get hungry. Well, in that case, I'd much rather have them come by over at the Polderbaan. More within reach, so to speak. Now, where's the next airplane? Okay, there is a next airplane coming. There's also a Learjet arriving on the Oostbaan. FAI rented jet arriving from Farnborough. A little bit of a tongue breaker, that name always. That probably is Max Verstappen. He probably forgot something, had to return Harry the Heron. Now, also a big bird, but not as impressive, I think, as that buzzard we saw yesterday. What a magnificent sight that was. If you missed that, have a look at yesterday's stream. I've highlighted it with a time label so you can go there immediately without having to look for it. There was a buzzard yesterday on one of the lanterns over here, sitting still. Could zoom in on it really well. Beautiful. Bart says, too bad you can't show my departing flight from Eva Air on Tuesday evening. Yeah, unfortunately, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are impossible days for me to also still go out streaming. Hopefully, if the channel continues to grow, at some point I can do this full time, which makes Tuesdays and Wednesdays also potential streaming days. Who knows, in a year or 2 or 3. Mr. Jackson, good morning. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well, considering the circumstances. 777 arriving from Canada. This was Air Canada, flight 808, the daily flight arriving from Toronto, YYZ, and that was a 200 long range, 15 years old. Thank you so much for your kind words, Kevin H. All right. Tony's sound issues have resolved by just a quick reset. It's the oldest trick in the book of IT specialists. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Koet, over here, hard to see, both because of the grass overgrown and the camera angle I need to produce, which is a bit difficult when it is mounted on a tripod. And in my case, the panhandle is on the front of the camera, which makes going up with the camera more easy, for instance, for following contrail airplanes. Now, speaking of which, hard to see any at the moment. Also some activity in the water. There is another airplane departing from runway 24. That is now visible in the gap between the clouds. Lot, clearly visible. Probably going back to Warsaw. And there are the clouds already interfering. So that was just a momentary thing. However, the next airplane to the runway is getting closer by. Transavia B737-800 arriving from Verona in Italia. Flight 5464. Flight time 1 hour and 30 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old and its first flight was in May 2016. Maurice, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Now, let's see what is going to be the next airplane. Looks like a 777 is arriving from Johannesburg. Let me also have a look at what the current runway usage is. And update the ticker. I think it is just 24 and now the both, yeah. So 24 only is used for departures. Let's also update the ticker then with the latest weather while we're at it. Wind has decreased to 3 knots now, 280 degrees. So yes, a little bit of tailwind, but the wind speed overall so low, it's not interfering with the pilot's ability to put down the airplane safely. Departures take place from 24, arrivals on 18 right and 18C. Everything has been updated. Hey there, Elton. Good morning, mate. Now, there's an A350 coming in, but it is going to center. Or at least that's what Flight Radar is saying. Delta Airlines Flight 74, for some reason, has been assigned to center. That is interesting. Let's see, should be over there. And I see focus dance, so that means I forgot to turn back the focus to manual. Right, so bit uncommon to see it from this angle, but this is Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, going to center, A350-900, flight time 7 hours and 53 minutes. A 4-year-old airplane that had its first flight in June 2019. Now, I'm not going to be able to follow it much longer because there's also a triple coming in on the Polderbaan, which I'm going to be turning the camera towards right now. Arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa, KLM Flight 592. Flight time 10 hours and 57 minutes, 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. All right. Next up is going to be KLM Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow, one of the many flights between the two capitals. Boeing 737-800. I see a vague light in the distance. There we go. Just about becoming visible. Hey Anja, enjoy the rest of your day. See you again soon. KLM Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow. Flight time 38 minutes. 737-800. This airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in March 2019. Now, one more airplane. And then we will be having another big bird coming in from South Africa. They always arrive nearly simultaneously. This is Transavia flight 56 ETA, Boeing 737-800. Flight time 2 hours and 3 minutes. The airplane is 19 years old. First flight was in March 2004. And after that we are going to see the 777 arriving from Cape Town, from KLM, flight 598. Mol, goedemorgen. Gary, good morning. Alt, goedemorgen. The next airplane is visible in the background. Just about. Arriving from Cape Town, KLM flight 598. 777-300ER. Flight time 11 hours and 26 minutes. The airplane is 2 years old. Its first flight was in January 2021. And good morning to Catherine. And William is standing behind me. Nice. One of the only few people over here. Right, let's see how she will sound and if we are going to see a wheelie or not. From K4. So we did see a nice wheelie, not the longest I think. And it was definitely not the loudest landing, unfortunately. Was still nice to see. And looks like the next airplanes will be going to the center runway, Aegean A320. Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen. Looks like there is an A320 arriving from Madrid that is turning onto this runway. Rick has to go. Thank you for joining, Rick, and enjoy the rest of your day. You are going to miss out on seeing Max though. You do realize that, don't you? But hey, that's your loss, mate. That's not my fault. Cheers, mate. You have a great day too, Rick. See you again soon. And thank you for the kind words, Guus, who says, nice cam work, bro. Lambert, goedemorgen, good morning. Another viewer checking in. Aussie Digger, good morning. Now, What is the weather doing? Opening up here and there. Still, to the southeast you can see still more clouds. The wind is now coming from this angle, 280 degrees approximately. So it looks like more clouds are still ahead of us. It is opening up a little bit, although, well, it's hard to see now because there are no airplanes on the glide slope to see how much the visibility further up is opening. I do get the impression that the ATC control tower has become visible a bit better, slowly but surely. Temitayo is having issues with audio. Are other people experiencing that as well, or? Good evening, Aussie Digger. And indeed, Ton, goedemorgen. We do have a nice special livery A380 coming. Around the same time, we're also expecting a 747. So that is a nice finale to end the stream with. Grebe in the zebra livery. On its own. Audio is fine. Maybe Temitayo try reloading the stream. Maybe that will resolve your audio issues. And in the meantime, Catherine, thank you so much for your ongoing support and congratulations on 2 months of AMS Live membership. Indeed, what Liwe is saying. Try a refresh. That often resolves issues with audio. Right, our next airplane has arrived in the meantime. Iberia Express arriving from Madrid. Typically a 2-hour flight. And an Iberian bot is incoming. Little pink booty. There we go. Bam. Yeah, I see the donation there, Sander. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation. For screen hood purchase if you haven't ordered one already. I'm still waiting on pulling the trigger because the ones I'm seeing are too big, I think. I think I need a 3-inch one, and the only thing that is available I can see is 3.5 inch. I think that is too big, probably. So I'm waiting until either of the 2 big camera stores have them in store again. Mind you, I have always managed to do without so far, so I will be able to weather it. This is privileged style flying for Surinam Airways, arriving for Paramaribo 777-200. Flight time 8 hours 47 minutes. 22-year-old airplane. Right. Good morning, preacher. Let's have a look. Next up is going to be an Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton. Vaguely visible. Still very faint, but approaching fast. KLM flight 916. Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton. Flight time 46 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight May 2016. The thing with Amazon is that my accountant cannot book those transactions with there's a tax thing with buying from Amazon, so that is hard for the bookkeeper for me to work out that transaction. So whenever possible, looking to purchase from either Camera, New York Camera Express, or one of the other normal stores, so to speak. Amazon is difficult. Alrighty. Traffic is picking up again. There is more traffic coming. I see that there's a Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. Now the sun is really getting out here. It is getting warm, but I will be putting on my vest at least to cover my arms. Paradoxically as it might sound. Take another sip of water. Make sure to stay hydrated properly. Next up is going to be an Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol. And after that, KLM flight 644. Dreamliner 10 arriving from New York JFK. Also some traffic going to center. Still a bit further that way. Now, trying to look at Flight Radar to see what flight it is, and also following the airplane can be a bit tricky. Particularly if you're too far zoomed out on Flight Radar. Now in the meantime, the next airplane to this runway is coming up. Visibility in the distance not yet clearing up very much, unfortunately. Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol. KLM flight 1050. Flight time 47 minutes. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in November 2013. And after that, we will see, and I think we do see it already in the left edge of the screen. If you look closely, you can see it. A Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. Dreamliner 10. Let's just first see how this Embraer touches down. Not too loud and not too wheelie-ish. And more Embraer fun in the distance, going to center. However, we're focusing in on the flying AMS Live logo. Arriving from New York JFK, this is KLM flight 644, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, the biggest of the family. Flight time of this airplane right now, 6 hours and 27 minutes. This airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in January 2020. And boom, flat go the wings. You can see it is still hazy. If you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching arrivals over here at Schiphol Airport. This is AMS Live, my name is Boy. We've had some precipitation overnight and we had mist in the morning. It is slowly but surely dissipating, but it is still a bit hazy, particularly in the direction the airplanes are coming from. We have a little bit of wind, and oddly enough, we have wind that is blowing from the west-northwest direction, so just north of west. And the airplanes are landing to the south, which means that there's even a little bit of tailwind today. But the total wind speed in general is only 5 knots or so. It was 5 knots earlier. It has even slowed down to 3 knots last time I checked the METAR, the weather update. Nearly wind still. So that little bit of tailwind is not consequential for the pilot's landing. Thank you, Gary, who says, I like the commentary, you keep things moving, nice work. Thank you so much for that, my friend. I'm doing the best I can. You do also sometimes have moments where traffic is slow over here. The upshot, unique selling point of Schiphol is that there are no fences, as you guys can see. There's just water, so you have unobstructed view of the airplanes landing and taking off. That is unique in the world, I think. Makes this a unique place to be filming from. The downside is the runway usage is almost always dedicated, i.e. you're only seeing arrivals on one runway or you're only seeing departures. Hardly ever do you see dual runway usage, at least not simultaneously. Yesterday we did see a runway usage change, i.e. in the first hour we saw departures, and after that the wind changed and ATC decided to use the runway for landings. But you don't see takeoffs and then an airplane land and then one taking off again on the same runway. Only under very special conditions do you see that. And that is when it is storming and runway usage is limited to just 1 or 2 runways. Last time it was storming and I was standing next to runway 27, we could see how runway 27 was used both for landings from the east and also for takeoffs to the west. Those are exceptions. Most of the time you'll see one use of a runway at any moment in time. Now, despite the haziness this airplane is clearly recognizable, although the beautiful dark blue Azzurro is not as dark blue and outstanding as it normally is. ITA Air, clearly recognizable. Peppi, servus, wiedermals dabei aus Innsbruck. Herzlich willkommen, my friend. Hope everything is alright over there in Tirol. Embraer 175 arriving from Norwich. And then Transavia 737 will be next. Embraer butt shot coming in. There we go. Smoothly. Turning into it. Jordi, goedemorgen. And indeed, droogbier, unironically the most Dutch thing ever. No, we do not need fences, we have water. That would be absolutely a very Dutch thing to say. Not sure if that were the considerations. This is Transavia flight 5132, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Barcelona. Transavia flying Dreamliners, that would be the day. Their fleet consists of 737s only, mostly 800s, and I think they might have some 900s as well, and a few 700s. Kilowatt Events, buenos días, checking in from España. Gracias por vuestro trabajo. Thank you so much for your kind words. You're welcome, mate. Glad you're enjoying. Thanking me for all my work and live streaming. Hans, goedemorgen. Checking in from Almere. Show us good morning. The next airplane to arrive is coming in from London Luton. EasyJet flight 22515. It is an Airbus A319. Flight time 39 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in July 2011. And the apps also back present in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Good to see you. All other viewers who are tuning in, welcome as well. If you're new, don't be afraid to say hi. Don't feel you need to, but it's always appreciated. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. People over here are not only friendly and knowledgeable, but there's no such thing as a silly question. EasyJet butt shot also approaching. Another Embraer 190 is coming next, arriving from Glasgow, and there's an A330-200 arriving from Bonaire behind it. So that is good news. Very short clips is tuning in from Drunen, who is also seeing them pass over regularly. Absolutely, most of the Netherlands will see traffic from Schiphol sooner or later. For some, they are still up high in the sky, and for others, they're far too low and too loud. Often people who voluntarily, at some point in their lives, moved to the vicinity of Schiphol, ironically. Now, is this the one we've been waiting for? I think it is. We got our daily dose of chocolate over here, the DAPRI Lycifer Chocolaterie Special Livery Embraer 190. Arriving from Glasgow, 15 years old. First flight was in January 2008. Flight time of this flight, 1 hour and 8 minutes. So we've had our daily dose of chocolate. Hey, and ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:30. It is a Friday. We did not have any internet connection issues with all of your internet today. So congratulations to all AMS live viewers for coming to their senses and all simultaneously upgrading to a better connection for their internet so that the stream does not get interrupted all at once, which according to YouTube is not their fault at all, was not their fault at all, but it was all your internet provider's fault. This is KLM flight 765. It is the countdown flight number arriving from Bonaire, A330-200. Flight time 9 hours and 6 minutes. And the airplane is 17 years old. So much potential for noise, so little of it is used. Nice landing, but unfortunately not much more than that. Ander onderwerp is behind me. Nice. Goedemorgen jongens. Two young fellas also standing here. Everybody who is here and sees me at work goes to the internet and looks me up and says hi, we're behind you in the chat, it seems like. Nice. All the airplane enthusiasts over here gathered around. Next up is KLM flight 1442, Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. Flight time of this airplane, 1 hour and 9 minutes. 9-year-old airplane. First flight January 2014. Slowly but surely drifting towards the glide slope. Good morning to HBOR63, Eindvach Noor J. Don Boardman, good morning, checking in from Wigan. And HBOR is Henk from Tiel in the Netherlands. Good morning, mate. Lance, Mr. Cole, good morning, mate. How are you today? Good to see you again. Ray, good morning, checking in from Malta. Undoubtedly nice and warm and sunny over there. Right here, right now, more overcast conditions. But that's good for my unprotected skin and also for my core temperature. Now, I don't believe we'll have seen the last of the sun today. We still have patches of blue here and there. So a nice mix of sun and clouds. Although I think, well, we do see something now already. Slowly but surely it looks like visibility to the north is also improving a little bit. Thank you so much, Gary, for your kind words. Tiger74, hello, goedemorgen. Checking in from our southerly neighbors, the Belgians. Checking in from Belgium. Welcome. And welcome to all other people as well. Dexter B, good morning. W, good morning, goedemorgen. Thank you for the kind words, mate. Lekker bezig. Niek, goedemorgen. Checking in from Meidrecht. Gijsbers is saying it's raining cats and dogs in the east. Oh. So those rain showers have formed then. This is a short flight arriving from Brussels, KLM flight 1724, Boeing 737-800. Measly 25 minutes of flight time. A 23-year-old airplane, by the way. First flight July 2000. Now we're waiting for the daily Emirates A380. Obviously, I'm not going to say we're going to see it land on the Polderbaan, but we are hopeful that one day we're going to be lucky again. Also, around the same time, we are expecting a 747, the second of the day. Not sure if we're going to see more that might take off in the duration of the stream from a nearby destination such as London or perhaps Paris. There's one underway. There was one underway before I went live that I saw. That is still expected around 1:30. The Emirates A380 in a special livery. Also expected around 1:30. So that is probably going to be the end of the stream time in 2 hours from now. As I'm doing a little bit of hydrating, we are waiting for the next airplane, which is going to be an A319 from EasyJet, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Patrick, goedemorgen. Captain Eddie Bos, good afternoon, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well over there in Indonesia. Alrighty. Roy has to go, and Roadhog has just arrived. Enjoy the rest of your day, Roy. Thanks for joining. Take care. See you soon, mate. And Mr. Roadhog, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. And Gijsbers, Ronald is saying that Maurice is also here in Almelo. Nice. Raining cats and dogs in the east, eh? Now, if I'm not mistaken, Max Verstappen should be on board this airplane. I asked him if he could put on the torch of his flashlight and take a seat on the right. So let's see if we might see it. Oh. Totally missed the flashlight now. Steve J, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. Hey, Joost says good morning from the special livery A380 from Emirates. Are you on board, mate? That is nice. Are you sitting on the right hand side by any chance? Next to a window? Also, could you ask the flight attendants if they can send the captain to you, and ask the captain if they can ask ATC to land, to get permission to land on the Polderbaan today? Wilma also has to go and attend other things. Thank you for joining, Wilma. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you soon. Transavia is coming next. It is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Preveza. Flight 5792. Flight time 2 hours and 44 minutes. 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in April 2009. Right. Just seeing a faint light visually. There we go. Embraer 175 arriving from Humberside. Let's see. There is a 777 arriving from Curaçao next. Further up north, flying base, will turn final shortly. Don't think we'll be able to see it until it is very close by, relatively speaking. Visibility not yet very optimal, unfortunately. Almost a bird strike. Be careful, mate. Is that a seagull? I think it is. Too quick for me. I'm getting old. Not as quick anymore. Right, KLM flight 1486 arriving from Humberside, Embraer 175, short flight, 37 minutes, now touching down. This airplane, 7 years old. First flight of this airplane was in March 2016. In the meantime, some more folks have joined in the grass. As you guys can see, not a lot of benches here. There are some people in the foreground sitting on benches, but most people bring their own folding chairs along and either sit on them or they bring picnic equipment with them, just roll out the carpet and go sit in the grass. To the north also some people, also further up north. Still, nearly wind still. A sight you don't see very often, smoke rising vertically uninterruptedly. Clear indication that there is hardly any wind at all at the moment. What wind there is was blowing from the north, what is it? West, northwest. Always have to think about those angles. Now, two wide bodies are coming back to back. They are approaching. Oh, that's further to the north. One coot and one grebe. That is the harvest today thus far. Not nearly as many birds as we saw yesterday, let alone beautiful buzzards such as yesterday. That was a nice catch. If you missed it, have a look at yesterday's stream. I've highlighted it with a timestamp so you can go to the footage directly. Beautiful buzzard sitting on one of the lanterns over here. Was able to nicely zoom in on it before it flew away for, I think, a minute or so. It was really, looked like it was posing for us. Anyway, 777 is coming, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao, KLM flight 736, flight time 8 hours 48 minutes, 777-300ER, 12 years old, first flight January 2011. So the sun, as you guys can see, is starting to come out again from behind the clouds over here. Although it's going to be half-heartedly, because the darkness you see on the right is, I think, well, is it? Well, we'll see soon enough. I think it is going to grey out again soon, but who knows? The next airplane coming is a flying AMS Live logo, arriving from Toronto, Canada, KLM flight 696, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, the mid-size version. It is underway now for 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 31 minutes to be precise. The airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in April 2016. Not seeing anything behind it just yet. We still have to make do with suboptimal visibility. I'm not seeing any traffic go to center anymore, so I'm thinking maybe they have closed that runway once again. If there is a moment to spare after this landing, I will have a look on the website of Air Traffic Control Netherlands. Arriving from Canada. The next airplane is an A321neo from Air Transat, arriving from Montreal. And behind it is another airplane arriving from Canada, but a bit bigger, 777-300, arriving from Vancouver, from KLM. They are on their way. Let me have a look and see what the LVNL Dutch Air Traffic Control website is saying in terms of current runway usage. Okay, this is the only runway in use for arrivals, and runway 24 is the only runway in use for departures. So all inbound traffic once again coming to this runway. That is nice. 18C, delete, 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 and save. Okay, so current runway usage has been updated in the ticker. I see some lights in the distance, so let's zoom in on it. It is the A321neo, the daily flight between Montreal and Amsterdam, Air Transat, flight 324, flight time 6 hours and 29 minutes. 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019. Now, can we see the triple behind it already? Let me have a look on my laptop screen, on which I see more detail. I'm not... Yeah, in the top left. Just about becoming visible. Excellent. Visibility does seem to be improving, albeit slowly. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Little bit of reversers, not too much, but better than nothing. Dreamliner still underway, back to the main platform area. If you're unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol Airport, this runway is the latest addition, was built 20 years ago. Furthest removed from the main platform area, we have a dedicated ATC control tower and in the foreground a fire station. Just because the distance to the main platform area and the terminal building and the gates is so far away, this in the distance is the main ATC control tower, the original one. You can see how far away it is. And airplanes landing on this runway still have a 15-minute taxi on average before they are back at their gates. The main terminal building where all the gates are also at is adjacent to that tower you saw just now, so still a bit of taxiing to go. Arriving from Vancouver, Canada, KLM flight 682, 777-300 ER. Landed after 8 hours and just over 45 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 5 years old. Had its first flight in September of the year 2017. And a little bird control vehicle over here. One of the 4 we have over here, patrolling 24/7. They have several tools at their disposal to chase away the birds that are flocking over here. Flares with their flare gun. They also have sound effects mimicking the sounds of predator birds. So yeah, if you like driving off-terrain vehicles, and if you don't mind working evenings or weekends, and if you like sound effects, if you like fireworks, and if you like to be near airplanes, maybe this is the job for you. For vehicles, I think there are at least 2 Ford Raptor Rangers and probably 2 VWs. I'm not sure how they are distributed, but we have some Ford Raptor Rangers, of which this is one. Also have a look at the windsock in the background. Hardly any wind. We haven't heard any fireworks today yet, but we haven't seen a lot of birds either, so guess that makes sense. Which is not to say that they aren't doing any work. They are patrolling, but has been relatively quiet for them. HK215 says good morning everyone, and I say good morning to you too. HK215, welcome to the show. This is EasyJet A320neo flight 27866 arriving from Geneva. Flight of 1 hour and 7 minutes. EasyJet butt shot coming in. Hey Tom, goedemorgen, welkom. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Hope everybody is doing alright. Hope everybody is having fun, most importantly. That's what this is all about. Frobisher says, United A380 in the Rugby Cup World livery, arriving in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Indeed, it is expected to land around 1:30 p.m. Another 747 is expected around the same time as well. So that is going to be today's finale. 2 quad jets. Hopefully we get to see them on this, land on this runway. But don't get your hopes up too high. Realistically speaking, we're going to see them from a distance as they land on 18C, which will unsurprisingly reopen just before those airplanes arrive. Next up, SAS. In an all-white airplane, flown, operated by SmartLynx, arriving from Stockholm. They were using it, the reversers. I heard it. And the brakes need a little WD-40. Wedding dress butt. There you go. Right, now let's have a look. Smaller airplanes are coming. Embraer 175, arriving from Munich. A duck. Just touched down with a nice flyby, noisy flyby. Over here we have KLM flight 1792, arriving from Munich in Bavaria in the south of Germany. Flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in July 2017. Also taking the first exit. So a little butt shot, Bavarian butt shot coming in. Nice landing aid, Janet. Absolutely. Nice flyby. Lucas San, good morning. Checking in from Brazil. Aeolus capital. Good to see you again as well. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody is. So, we do have some blue here and there in the sky. Maybe zooming out is also helpful. We do have some blue here and there. We also have still quite a few clouds. But it is dry. That is also very important. Transavia 737. In what I would call a KLM style landing, high speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. Now, more 737s are incoming. Let's have a look. Our next airplane is arriving from Stockholm. KLM flight 1106, Boeing 737-800. I think I see the lights in the distance. There we go. Boeing 737-800, 12 years old, first flight November 2010. Flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes right now. Let's have a look and see what else is coming. A330 is also coming, probably going to be number 3 if I look at it right now. Another 737 will be behind this. It is still flying base, has to turn onto the glide slope, still further north. Visually, looking over my camera, I'm not seeing anything yet. But the Delta A330 is behind that second 737. Oh, thank you so much, Barbs, for your super chat. Coffee break. Thought you might like one too. Well, I'm always up for coffee. Definitely. Thank you so much for that. Now, fortunately, there's no coffee to go that I can get a cup from right now. But I definitely am going to refill whenever I get the chance. Thank you for that, Barbs. Ah, okay, I thought I heard a moped horn, but apparently this e-bike with yellow registration also has a similar sounding horn. Now it has a yellow badge on the back, which means it is a speed pedelec, which means it can go quickly, which is also why that man is wearing a helmet. Good question, Yorkshire. Don't know if Uber Eats delivers there over here. It would be interesting to see. Yeah, can I get a pizza and a cup of coffee? Where are you at? Well, do you know the Schiphol Polderbaan, the Spottersplaats? Go up north. You will find a guy with a camera talking to himself. Has a cart next to it. Next to him, little camping table. Hard to miss. I will stick with the water I have at hand for now, Lieve. Think you guys are not going to enjoy waiting for God knows how long. It's quite a walk back and then having to come back to the camera. Also not sure if there's going to be a queue. I think there will be. Let's have a quick look, shall we? There were already quite a few people over there. Well, now it's a bit obstructed by people walking on the cycling path, but I think in the background you can still see a considerable amount of people at the parking place. Yesterday, coming back to my car, I saw the same. 2/3 of the country still has vacation, or at least 2/3 of the school-going population in the Netherlands still has vacation. 1/3 will also still have vacation next week. 1/3 already went to school last week or this week. This week. And this is the old Transavia livery, which you don't see very often anymore. The rainbow on the front and also rainbow around the logo on the tail. The penultimate iteration of the livery of Transavia. Arriving from Fraudo, one of their 737-700s. Next up is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300 has the potential to be a loud one. Let's hope it is going to be one. Flight time 7 hours, 28 minutes. 20-year-old airplane already. First flight June 2003. So let's get loud, is what I would say. Nice. Now, I thought I heard reversers being applied, but I did not see the slot on the right hand side being open. Is that just me? Did I not see it? Or was it in fact not open? Or did it close already while I thought I still heard the engine being spooled up? Huh. Bit funny. Either that or I am seriously caffeine deprived and I'm starting to get auditory and visual hallucinations. Mike Wild, good morning, mate. Checking in from the UK once again. Hope all is well. Now, Transavia arriving from Porto in Portugal. Flight 6004, Boeing 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 57 minutes. The airplane 13 years old. First flight was in April 2010. Now compare that with that other airplane with the old livery, with the rainbow colors. You guys tell me which you like better. Which one do you like better? I think this is a bit like the newest iteration of Icelandair's livery. Less colorful, although it has more green than the Icelandair has blue or other colors in it. I'm slightly inclined to prefer the older livery of Transavia over the current one, but maybe you guys differ in opinion. And good morning to Huria, who is tuning in from Romania. Welcome to the show, mate, and keep up the good work. He says, I will definitely try to do that. Thank you so much for joining us and for saying hi. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, don't be afraid to say hi. Don't feel like you need to, but feel free to do so if you want to. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Lyon. We'll see another Embraer, its bigger sibling, the 190, coming next, arriving from Leeds. Bit better visible by the looks of it, so it might be opening up a little bit further north. Right, next up, Embraer 190, KLM flight 1542, arriving from Leeds. Flight time 46 minutes. The airplane is 13 years old, first flight was in January 2010. Little squeakiness in the brakes, something we have heard before with the Embraers. Muhammad asks, why are there no fences? Well, we have water and none of Dutch people can swim, so we're all terrified of water, so this is an effective way to keep people out. No, I don't know, I think it is just something natural. And it never was deemed to be necessary to put down fences when you already have water surrounding everything. And apparently we have never had a lot of intruders on the airport terrain, otherwise those fences would definitely have been there if it was deemed necessary. So apparently just having the water suffices to keep people at bay. This is Austrian Airlines A320 arriving from Vienna. Flight 379, flight time 1 hour and 27 minutes. In the meantime, beautiful grebe, really up close. Yeah, of course, of course. Time to zoom out because those animals can swim very big distances underwater. Not seeing it anywhere anymore. I do see the next airplane approach, so let's focus in on that. Camera back to manual focus. Quick, quick, quick. Anadolu jet arriving from Istanbul. A320. Flight time 3 hours and 6 minutes. I think Anadolu Jet is a Turkish subsidiary. This airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight was in July 2014. And no up close butt shot of the Turkish little airplane. Right. Next up, Embraer 190 arriving from Aalborg. German Airways flying for KLM as KLM flight 1330. Left Aalborg 1 hour and 10 minutes ago. It is an Embraer 190 long range, 16 years old. First flight was in January 2007. And again, a little squeakiness in the brakes. Hey there, Mabube. Good evening. Good to see you again. Lazumparo says, look behind you. There you go, more viewers over here in real life. Nice to see you, mate. Right, next up. Arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, KLM flight 1230. Boeing 737-800. Flight time 42 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight, May 2011. Right. As PVK Trains is rightly mentioning, the Emirates Rugby livery is coming, but it is running late, so probably will land on center. Same goes for the 747 that is also approaching and is expected to land around the same time. The plan is to stick around until then, so an hour and 15 minutes more left. For today's stream, the grand finale, 2 quad engine airplanes approaching around the same time. And who knows, we might get lucky today, but up front, chances are slim to none. Just being realistic. KLM flight 1882, Embraer 175 arriving from Nuremberg. Flight time an hour precisely according to flight radar. This airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in January 2018. And we get a little butt shot in 3, 2, 1. Very nice. In the meantime, the sun is getting out from behind the clouds over here once again. So it is getting warmer for me. Nice cloud formation as well nearby. Hopefully we'll keep it dry. Time will tell. Wendy, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. We're hearing the departure of an Embraer 190 and we are looking at the arrival of another one in the distance. KLM flight 988 arriving from London City, where it left 35 minutes ago. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2015. That's the Grebe. That is a Coot. Too far to the right. There we go. Our next airplane is visible. Big Bird coming in from Bonaire, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, the smallest of the family, coming in from Bonaire, the B in the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao. Arriving from the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela. This Dreamliner is underway now for 8 hours and 58 minutes. 8-year-old airplane, first flight November 2014. Well, Juanita, it might be not as warm as it is in Madrid, but since it was colder this morning, went out with jeans and a vest on and did not put on any sunscreen. So I'm all wrapped up in warm clothing. So it is actually quite warm here, despite the air temperature, and the absence of wind is not making it better, unfortunately. But with weather, it's More big birds are coming. A few in a row. The next airplane is Delta Airlines Flight 258 Airbus A330-300. It is arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Visible just now. Flight time 6 hours and 16 minutes. The A330-300 is 16 years old. Its first flight was in October 2007. Hey Tina, good afternoon. Good to see you. Happy Friday. Oh yeah, it's still Friday. For some reason I already had the feeling that it was a Saturday or something, just because there are more people here than on your average day. Right, Delta Airlines A330 coming in. Behind it is a KLM 777 arriving from Atlanta. And looks like another A330 is behind it from Delta, arriving from Seattle. So, nice batch of back-to-back heavies right now. With the potential to get loud. Let's see if they will live up to that. That one certainly did. In the meantime, we're hearing a CRJ flying to, what is it, Copenhagen, I think. Let's quickly turn back the camera to the next airplane, KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 777-300ER. 7 hours and 46 minutes underway. It is a 7-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May 2016. Now behind it should be another A330 from Delta. Can we see something yet? I'm not seeing it. Boom! Okay, the bar has been set. We have our new record holder for today's longest wheelie. Definitely this one. Beautiful. That was an impressively long wheelie. Hey there Phil, good morning mate. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 144, Airbus A330-300 arriving from Seattle. Let's have a look. There we go. Still a bit vague in the distance, but making its way over here. Nice. So it's always a trade-off. Long wheelies versus reverse thrust application. This definitely does not disappoint in the audio department. Delta Airlines Flight 144 just touched down. Coming in from Seattle. Next up, another airplane of a whole different sound level. E2 Embraer 195 approaching from Bordeaux. Flight 1296 from KLM. Flight time 1 hour and 13 minutes. The airplane is 1 year old. First flight of this airplane was in January 2022. I think I might hear some electronic dance music in the distance. The wind is blowing in this direction, and not too far away from here the Mysteryland Festival begins today. Wind is picking up, also a bit cooler breeze. Are we expecting rain? It's almost as if it is preceding rain. Yorkshire says music festival equals guaranteed rain. Hope not, mate. Was hoping to keep it dry over here for another hour or so. We're still waiting for those two quad jets, remember? Now, this is about where the wind is blowing from. Not sure if rain is coming. We're waiting for another E2 Embraer 195 to arrive. Still further north. Let me have a quick look at the weather radar. Haven't checked yet. Never saw reason to do so. And rightly so. There is rain. There are rain showers definitely in land inward. And in the south also. Going from Belgium into the southern provinces of Limburg and Brabant, but over here it's all a-okay. So that is good news. Next up is going to be another E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bjerke. Now, is it already visible somewhere? I'm also not seeing it visually just yet. We're waiting for KLM flight 1186. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bjerke. Is that it? No. Yeah, I think it is. All right. Extremely faint. Visibility clearly not improving that much over time. Well, Yorkshire, in that sense, you might still be right after all, because the festival starts today and lasts until Sunday. There's also a camping on the other side of the road that I need to drive onto to get to the Polderboom Spottersplaats parking lot. So there were already people blocking the road. Road signs were already placed last week informing about the road closure, other than for companies and inhabitants who probably got a card or something that they can show allowing them access. But it is a 3-day festival, and I'm not sure about the weather for the upcoming weekend, but I think precipitation was expected on all of the days. Punch is informing us that the 747 also expected to arrive around the time the A380 lands is over the UK. So yeah, slowly but surely getting closer by the grand finale of today's stream. Definitely a bit more windy. Did Burning Man get flooded a few days back? Didn't know that, Alvin. But that's in the bleeping desert. How is that possible? Oh wait, Hillary. That's probably Hillary, right? Okay, well, when the Reading and Leeds Festival also begins, you guys are also due your portion of rain then. Law of nature, right? No, same here, but I think it is the timing, Alvin. If Hillary hadn't been there, it's all Hillary's fault. Just like Trump always said. Next up, Shamrock Flight 604, Airbus A320, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. On the way now for an hour already. 23-year-old airplane, first flight May 2000. Slowly but surely coming over here. The next airplanes are still further north. We will not be able to see them, but they are approaching. Another A320 arriving from London Gatwick. An Embraer 190 arriving from Frankfurt. Oh yeah, and free practice at Zandvoort for the Formula 1 also starting. Not sure if we are going to hear that from over here. I think... if the wind is blowing from the right direction, we might pick up on some Formula 1 noises, but I'm not sure if it carries so far over. As the crow flies, the circuit is maybe 10 kilometers, 6-7 miles or so to the west. So we should, in theory, with the current wind, be able to hear something of it. Let me point the camera in the direction of the wind a little bit. Also, I think I can show you the campsite of Mysteryland. Just waiting for a few pedestrians to pass. Not everybody likes being shot on camera. So I think the campsite is over there. There's a bridge over the road as well. It's more visible over here. Not so much. Already saw a couple of campers being parked over there. They made a parking lot. I think it is just farmland normally the rest of the year, but they definitely... And there's the walking bridge you can see in the middle, so people can cross over to the Floriade terrain, which is visible. Well, it is behind this. Can you see the... There's also a sort of pyramid that they sculpted to, yeah, for the Floriade flower exhibition that also no longer exists because nobody these days is coming to see it. But it was an old festival terrain for a flower exhibition from, I think, more than 10 years ago. And nowadays it is being used for festivals mostly. EDM festivals. Right. Speedbird arriving from London Gatwick. Oh dear. Max is going around now. Oh dear. Quackers, I'm hearing them. Or at least one of them. Yeah, quack, 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 quack. Are there more? No, it's just the one. It seems like. There are some coots, I think, in the grass. Wait, more activity than more. 2 birds. Alright. 2 ducks, in fact. That is cool. Alright, so as the crow flies, it is about 10 kilometers to the circuit, Sander is saying. Next airplane arriving should become visible. I think I see something already in the distance, so let's have a look. There we go. KLM flight 1764, Embraer 190, arriving from Frankfurt. Flight time 49 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. First flight November 2008. Hey Nart, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Joining while having lunch. Eet smakelijk. Now after this Embraer 190 we should expect a Boeing 737 arriving from Thessaloniki. I am not yet seeing it on my laptop screen. Visibility is still suboptimal, unfortunately. Looks like the sun is out over there. Over here, I'm standing in the shade. Right. Nord asks, wasn't the Floriad also for Legionella infections? No, mate. That was a different. That was a. Was it a landbouwtentoonstelling or something? It was in the north of North Holland, I think, if I recall correctly. That was an indoor exhibition, also with flowers, but not the Floriade itself. Now the big group of ducks looks to be coming our way. They are in the vicinity of that stone slab and little peninsula, so I'm not sure if they are going to take a break over there or if they are continuing their swim further north and coming our way. In the meantime, let's quickly turn around the camera because the next airplane is almost touching down already. Transavia 737 coming back from Greece, Thessaloniki. All right. More activity. The ducks are coming our way. I'm also hearing something over here. Nibbling, nibbling. Ah, second duck. Look at that. Hadn't seen it. Now, the whole family seems to be coming together over here. Family reunion. And one lacking behind is also coming this way. Catching up, speeding up. Another Transavia 737, there you go. So the one duck being a bit behind. It seems that the other two have joined the group. So the squadron has increased in size. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. With the one lagging behind over here including it would be 9. Just doing a little bathing casually. Hey Ina, guten Tag. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. How are you doing? Hopefully well. And Welling, A320 Neo. Lazoon Pyro asks if I think the A380 is landing on 18 right today. I don't think so. I think they will open up the center runway just before the airplane approaches Dutch airspace, which they typically do. And we only get to see it from a distance. But who knows, we might get lucky, you never know. You have to be in it to win it. Focus is still on. It was still on auto, back to manual. Right, now 767-300 ER coming in the old livery, Icelandair. I think most will agree, the better looking livery. Icelandair flight 500, 2 hours and 37 minutes of flight time. Let's see how she lands. Not too bad, not too bad. Little application of the thrust reversers would have been nice, but can't have it all. And I think, I'm not sure if it's, I don't look at the registration, so I'm not sure if they sent several 767s over or not, but they always seem to be 25 years old. Embraer 190 arrival from Stuttgart, and after that we are going to see another big bird. KLM flight 1870, arrival from Stuttgart, flight time an hour. The airplane 13 years old, first flight March 2010. En hey there Jotti, Jeroen Schoon, goedemiddag. Wind is picking up for the first time since we began streaming. It is becoming a bit more windy. And I'm not exactly sure of the direction. It is west or northwesterly if I feel it just by touch. Now I'm not sure what that will mean for runway usage. Look at this. You can see it looked like it was struggling just a little bit to put her down. If the tailwind component becomes too great, we might not even see the big birds at all, because they might switch it up and opt for departures from this runway instead. We'll have to see. For now, a 777 is coming in from Lima, KLM flight 744, 777-200. Visible faintly in the north already. 777-200ER. Flight time of this airplane just over half a day, 12 hours and 5 minutes already. She is 17 years old. First flight was in April 2006. Seems that the wind is picking up. I'm not sure if I am supposed to be happy with that. You can see how the camera footage is getting a bit more shaky. That would be in part the wind and of course partly caffeine detox. No, but seriously, the wind is picking up and I'm not sure about the direction. I think it might be tailwind that is increasing. There comes a point where the tailwind is too great and ATC will opt to change the runway usage. Not sure if it is shown yet in the METAR. As we're waiting for the next airplane, I am behind my laptop. Have a quick look at flight radar. Go to the Amsterdam METAR. Okay, that is still not updated. It says variable 1 knot. Well, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's definitely not 1 knot, and it is definitely not from variable directions. So, mental note, check the METAR again in 10 minutes or so. There was a windsock further down the road near the fire station. In the center of the field of view, you can definitely see it is picking up. It is from a westerly direction, but if it is, whether it is northwest or southwest, hard for me to tell. Alright, Lot in a special livery. I think we've seen that one before, the Warmia Mazury region, making promotion, touristy region. Right, next up, A320neo from EasyJet, arriving from Edinburgh. Flight 23301. Flight time 1 hour in 2 minutes. I think the wind is blowing from northwest, so the tailwind is only going to increase for the pilot's landing. Fingers crossed that they are not going to switch it to departures. Hey Afrodite, goedemiddag. Was u er ook weer? Good to see you. Doing well. Bit concerned about the wind. Although I have to say it makes standing out here with a vest on and jeans on much better bearable. The next airplane is in the Visit Tenerife livery, but we never saw that on the livery itself on the airplane. Vueling flight 1377, Airbus A320neo, arriving from Alicante. Flight time 2 hours and 19 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. Its first flight was in March 2020. Ah, Jotti is in the airplane from Oslo. Nice. Sitting on the right hand side. This is Transavia 5624. Arriving from Palma de Mallorca, 737-800, 13-year-old airplane, first flight May 2010. Right, next up, Norwegian Airways, Boeing 737-800 in the André Bjerke livery, coming in from Oslo. Flight time at the moment 1 hour and 35 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in February 2011. Right, Michael has to go again. Thank you for joining, mate. Take care. Hope to see you again soon. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1200. Embraer 190 arriving from Stavanger. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes. Still, only one at a time visible in the north. Bit unfortunate, but then again, not much to see further out north looking at flight radar. Alright, so Embraer 190 arriving from Stavanger. Flight time 1 hour and 19 minutes. 11-year-old airplane. About to touch down. Oh. Low-key wheelie. Keeping the nose wheel hovering just a few inches above the ground for an extended period of time. Alright. Peter says you're not going to keep it dry, boy. Is that so? Last time I checked, everything seemed to be okay. Let's have a look at the buienradar again. Looking at the loop of the last hour, does not seem like any rain of importance is forming over here in the vicinity. But we'll find out sooner or later. Danny, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Next up is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 136, Airbus A330-300 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Should become visible at some point. Not seeing it visually either. Now we have some interesting airplanes coming. This A330, 2 narrow bodies, also a 777 arriving from Guayaquil. We are still waiting for the A330 to show itself. Also visually nothing to see just yet. Although flight radar is showing it should be near, it should be close by already. Oh wait, I think I now see something. Still very faint. Visibility is our biggest issue at the moment. So this is Delta Airlines Flight 136, Airbus A330-300. It is arriving from Detroit. Flight time at the moment 7 hours and 13 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old and its first flight was in July 2007. quite stealthy. Maybe just an inkling of reversers in the distance, but not much. Visibility still rather poor. You do see airplanes taking off in the distance, but that was a 777-200 going back to Canada, to Calgary. In the meantime, our next airplane is approaching from Copenhagen, KLM flight 1128, Boeing 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes. The airplane is 24 years old. First flight was in August 1999. Next up top, Air Portugal, Airbus A319 arriving from Lisbon, flight 674. Flight time 2 hours and 9 minutes. A 23-year-old airplane. First flight was in November 1999. And behind it is a KLM 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil. Visibility unfortunately still not that good, so that we can see several airplanes in the glide slope stack, so to speak. Then again, visibility has improved tremendously compared with how it was early in the morning. Did have a lot of mist because of precipitation overnight. And top Air Portugal keeping up the speed, staying on the runway, vacate late, soon to the gate. It is a well-known strategy on this runway, often being applied by KLM and Transavia pilots. Bird control K2 on its way back to the north, speeding. If you like speeding, another additional reason to consider becoming a bird controller. You also get to speed legally. Next up, 777, KLM flight 751, arriving from Guayaquil in Ecuador. Flight time is 11 hours and 21 minutes. 777-200ER, she is 19 years old. Her first flight was in September 2003. right. At the moment, all air inbound traffic is still going to this runway, the Polderbaan. Wind has picked up a little bit. We're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. It is approaching in the north, arriving from Darlington. Another Embraer KLM flight 1534. Let me have another look at the METAR. I think it is... Should have updated with the METAR, the latest weather from 10 minutes ago. Let's see what the wind is. Okay, 220 degrees, 4 knots. Interesting. Feels like a bit more than that, but at least the wind is coming from the southwest, or at least southwestish. So that is good. That means that at least there is headwind for the pilot's landing. That is good because that means that they are probably not going to change the runway configuration before the 2 quads have landed that we are waiting for. Arriving from Darlington, UK, KLM flight 1534, Embraer 175. And a little butt shot coming in. 5-year-old airplane. Next up, Vueling A320, flight 8353, arriving from Valencia. Flight time 1 hour and 55 minutes. The airplane is 8 years old. Its first flight was in May 2015. And whole bunch of different airplane types are coming. So after this A320 we will see a Boeing 737, after that an A319. No reversers landing. And a little Spanish butt shot coming in. Boom. Another one coming in from Spain is KLM flight 1700. Visible right here, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 47 minutes of flight time right now. The airplane is 23 years old. Its first flight was in May 2000. Alright. Next up, arriving from Palma de Mallorca is an A319 from EasyJet. faintly becoming visible in the distance. So this is EasyJet flight 27882. Approaching from Palma de Mallorca, where it left an hour and 56 minutes ago. Still no sign of the airplane behind it. The airplane is 14 years old, first flight October 2008. You can see how the nose of the airplane is turned more towards us as it approaches the runway. Means that the wind has increased and is a bit from the west. Crosswind from the right. EasyJet butt shot also coming in. Boom! Quickly back to the north with the camera. Boeing 737-900 is arriving from Milan. KLM flight 1620, flight time an hour and 17 minutes. The airplane is 22 years old. First flight was in August 2001. And Kuni back, Tom back. Good to see you guys again. Welcome, fellas. Welcome to all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live and these are arrivals on the Polder Run. Game plan for today, streaming until both the Emirates A380 and the 747, both expected around 1:30 or a bit later, have landed. Hopefully on this runway, but time will only tell if that is going to happen or not. In the meantime, again, a super sticker from Alvin. Thank you so much, mate. Per character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Well, mate, that is definitely something I could use right now. Then again, you can wake me up for coffee even in the middle of the night. Evan, my man, good day to you, sir. How are you? How has it been in terms of weathering Hurricane Hillary? Was it very bad over there? Was it doable? Our next airplane arriving from Manchester is KLM flight 1074. It's an Embraer 190. Flight time 45 minutes. 13-year-old airplane. First flight was in October 2009. Also looks like a no reversers landing. At least I like that they are upfront about it. At least they're honest in letting the outside world know that they are not using the reversers. All those idle reversers where they open the slots but no noise comes out. Right, Evan was fast asleep after joining already in the first hour. Well, you missed a lot. Nothing very extremely importantly or something. I think just one 747 we've seen today. Not really a lot, actually. Sander says runway 27 just opened up. Well, shit. That means that the A380 is going to land on that runway. And that is definitely bad news, because from over here landing traffic is very far in the distance. We can already see the kite, but if you look on the ground in the distance, it is still hazy. Somewhere over there is where the A380 is probably going to land then. That is not good news, people. This is KLM flight 1444, Boeing 737-700 arriving from Aberdeen. Flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2009. That 747 was coming from the United States, right? So coming from the west. That is something at least we will still be able to see then, even if 27 did open up just now. Whole group of coots over here. Check that out. So that's 4, 5, 6. So we saw a duck squadron and a coot squadron. And one isolated grebe. The scorecard for today thus far. Hey there Marvin, goedemiddag. That's a good suggestion, Sander. Maybe somebody could go streaking on that runway. That will make the evening news for sure. Right. Transavia 737-800 arriving from Rhodos. Flight 5078. 3 hours and 26 minutes of flight time, now touching down. Seven-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. Evan says rain was good in Santa Monica. Some other areas in SoCal did get much more rain. Didn't really pay attention to the aftermath. Okay, so it sounds like it wasn't too bad in Santa Monica then. Happy to hear that, mate. So Alpha was saying that the people in Burning Man got rained away. So it was worse in the desert then, I suppose. Next up, Embraer 175, KLM flight 1780, arriving from Hamburg. This Embraer 175 now underway for 44 minutes. It is 6 years old. Her first flight was in February of the year 2017. Still have difficulty seeing more airplanes in advance. Bit of a letdown today, the visibility to the north. KLM fashion. Staying on the runway late, vacate late, sooner to the gate. I have to look at that link later, Alvin. No time to check URL links while I'm at the controls of the camera. Although well, maybe I do have time. The next airplane is still a bit further out. Oh, this is complex. Cannot click the link directly. Well, in that case it will have to wait. Yeah, if you look at it like that, Evan, then in I suppose you did miss a lot. Then again, I do typically begin in nighttime for you over in the West Coast, so not too strange that you did fall asleep around that time, I would think. Well, low-key wheelie. And also a little bit of reverse thrust there. Delta A330 by the looks of it. At least it looks like an A330 and I see white and a dark colored tail. So I'm guessing it is Delta A330. Now, in the meantime, Aero Mexico is coming in. Flight 25, the daily flight coming in from Mexico City. Where is that little bugger? There we go. Just about becoming visible. Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Mexico City, where it took off 10 hours and 16 minutes ago. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in January 2018. Hey there, Paul. Also checking in for a quick few minutes. Dominic saying that Atlas is expected in 22 minutes. So the question is, which will arrive first? The A380 or that 747? A380 above Almelo, ETA 1348. Okay. Still an ETA of 20 minutes when it is already over Almelo? Are we living in such a big country? Muy bien. Finally a little bit of reverser action. Glad to see that our Mexican friends came through with that. Food coma from the quesadillas with cream and the patty with half a veggie burger. Sounds like you had a good proper dinner, mate. Let's have a look. Where is that A380? Oh yeah, there's a lot of traffic coming in from the east. Okay. Whoa. Alright. Hey there, WD Computer. Goedemiddag, good afternoon. So, yeah, A380. Looks like it is going to 27. Has anybody already checked to confirm on omgevingsinfo Schiphol if it actually was assigned to 27 already, the A380? Probably so, but then we'll know for sure. Where is that 747? Ah, also not too far away on flight radar. Cool. Flying for TUI is Global X in a hybrid livery, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. A320, flight time 2 hours and a minute. With the G from Global X on the engine casings and the TUI logo on the main fuselage and the tail. Nice hybrid livery. Polcoin C says hello from far north Queensland, Australia. Well, good night, good evening to you, mate. So that's probably an 8 or 10 hour difference, somewhere 8 to 10 hours or so. Okay, so I'm assuming Sander is confirming that the A380 is going to 27, so that we are not going to see up close. We are going to try to see what we can show you, but runway 27 is a bit far away. The visibility is also not too good. Oh, it's still early in the evening, 9:27 p.m. That's still doable. Anyway, welcome to the show. Welcome to all other people as well. So we're waiting for the Emirates A380. We just received news that it is confirmed to go to runway 27, so we are not going to see it up close. I might be able to show you vaguely the A380. You might recognize it as being one. Unfortunately, the special livery that is flying to Amsterdam today will not be visible in detail. Would have been better if it had gone to 18C, but wind is westish, westerly. Now the good news is that we are also expecting a Boeing 747, and it is coming in from the west, and that makes it a candidate for this runway. Atlas Air, if I'm not mistaken, it is arriving from Miami, Florida, but that I don't know for sure. Vaguely becoming visible in the distance is our next airplane. It is an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Dublin. No requests for Thea today. Right, so KLM flight 946 is approaching. Embraer 190 coming in from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time an hour precisely. Moped passing by. The airplane we are now watching is 9 years old. First flight was in December 2013. Right, and Sander is confirming indeed that the Atlas is indeed from Miami, ETA 10 minutes from now. So the ETA of the 747 is sooner than the ETA of the A380, right? Meaning we don't have to divide our attention between the two simultaneously. That would be nice. Also a no reverse landing. As you guys can see, the slots stay closed, but at least I appreciate their honesty. Much rather see other captains do the same. At least we know we don't have to expect any loud noises when they stay shut. A380 in 5 minutes, okay. Indeed, economy of movement, why reach for the lever? Yeah, why arm something that you're not going to use, right? I mean, aviation is all about conservation of money, fuel, etc. So yeah, if you don't flip a switch as often or a lever, its longevity will only increase. Okay, A380 in 5 minutes, A380 in 4 minutes, 747 is expected in more minutes. Let's see, A380 is flying further out, I think, than the 747 is. No, maybe not, not sure.
Hello.
Hi.
Maak je een video?
Ja, livestream.
Ah.
Right, the next airplane we are expecting to arrive is going to be an Embraer 190 arrival from Toulouse. Not too far behind it is a Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Number 3 is going to be a 777 arriving from Shanghai, China Cargo Airlines. Indeed, near Emmeloord, the A380. So, yeah. Quite a few airplanes in behind both the A380 and the 747. Alright, A380 in 17 minutes. Still not seeing our next airplane. Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. Is a nice exercise to see where to point the camera to and what we can make of it. Big bird, we should be able to see something in theory. Well, that's a kite, a bird kite. I think traffic 227 today is harder to spot than Max Verstappen waving from behind the window. I'm really not seeing anything in the distance, and we should be able to see a Qatar 777-300, no less, arriving from Doha, somewhere over there. No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm thinking it might even be a little impossible to see the A380. Maybe because it is a bit bigger than a 777, it will be visible, but there was supposed to be a 777 somewhere over there landing on the runway. There we go. Right, Miami 6, Dubai 12. Okay, that's good news. We have time. Right. Let's focus on what we can see over here. This is an Embraer 190 arriving from Toulouse. KLM flight 1302. It is flying now for an hour and 33 minutes. The airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in August 2010. A couple of big birds will be following it. including sooner or later a Boeing 747 from Atlas Air. Martin, goedemiddag. All right. Next up, a couple of big birds. Flying AMS Live logo is getting close really quickly. Kilo Flight 706, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Flight time of this airplane 10 hours and 15 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in September 2016. Alright. Nice wheelie. Next up. China Cargo Airlines Flight 205 arriving from Shanghai. Flight time 10 hours 55 minutes. It is a 777 freighter, brand new, meaning a year old or less. This airplane had its first flight in October last year, so in 2 months it is going to be celebrating its first birthday. The 747 looks like it's going to be fourth for arrival. Turning onto the glide slope already, further up in the north. Absolutely perfect. Nice sound. Now. Next up is going to be a Boeing 737-700 arriving from Edinburgh. There we go, KLM Flight 1280, Boeing 737-700, flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Embraer 190 is behind this airplane. Unfortunately, it is still very much a day where visibility is so poor that we cannot see more than 2 airplanes if you're lucky. Also having a look, this is the direction where air traffic coming to runway 27 should be visible from, normally speaking. I think it's too far away. I think we are not going to see anything from the A380 today. Obviously, we'll look more extensively after we have filmed the landing of the the 747 from Atlas, which is going to be number 2, after an Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk. Now, can we see a 747 already? Let me also have a look on my laptop screen. I am not seeing it. Yeah, I think I do now. In the middle, just left of middle of center, it is becoming visible. Yeah, just about. This is KLM flight 1918, Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk in Poland. Touching down after an hour and 37 minutes of flight. A 14-year-old airplane. Right. Yada yada yada. We've seen this before. Queen number 2. There she is, coming our way. Atlas Air flight 8209, Boeing 747-400, arriving from Miami, Florida, where it left 8 hours and 17 minutes ago. This is a Boeing 747-400 freighter. This airplane is 24 years old. First flight of this airplane was in April 1999. Let's see how much noise she will produce and whether or not it is going to be a wheelie. Right, well, really not so much. Definitely some reverse action. Okay, so let's have a look. BizJet arriving from Linz on 27. Behind it should be the Emirates A380, now flying near the Johan Cruyff Arena, so that is still a bit out. We should be able to see, well, normally speaking, we should be able to see it quite soon. You're only going to see the last bit of it if it does become visible. I'm looking to the right as we speak. In the meantime, pointing the camera to the approaching China Southern Cargo 777 that is underway now for 11 hours and 36 minutes. 14 years old. Can even pick this one up along. Right, well, this is the general direction I think we should be seeing traffic from. Maybe a bit more to the left. If the A380 is becoming visible, we should be able to see it. But it is already flying over Amsterdamse Bos. Really, oh wait, I do see it. I do see it. Near the kite. Yeah, so special livery Emirates A380. The Emirates Rugby World Cup special livery. Absolutely nothing to see from over here, except maybe you can recognize it is an A380. This is already the point where it vanishes behind stuff in the foreground. It was in a special livery. Hopefully we'll see it again at a later point, but unfortunately not today. So let me first go back and say thank you so much to Alvin for your super sticker. Smiling face with hard eyes. And the same super sticker was also given by Aphrodite. Thank you so much as well. And also thank you so much, Liewe, for celebrating 4 months of AMS Live membership. Thank you for your ongoing support, mate. Appreciate it and congratulations. Well, I said I was going to stick around until the A380 had landed and until the 747 had landed. That both has happened now, so I am going to wrap it up for today. Looking to go out again tomorrow, weather permitting. I'm not sure yet about the weather for the upcoming weekend. Looks like it's going to rain on all days. I'm hoping, like today, we are going to find another hole of a few hours where we can peep out and do a live stream. I'm looking forward to seeing you again during one of the next streams. I'm not sure if it is going to be tomorrow. Weather permitting, I will go out, but otherwise maybe Sunday or Monday. We'll have to see. Thank you all so much for joining. I've had a blast and I hope you guys did too, despite the low visibility. Thank you all so much for joining. Thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes. Become a member, donate memberships, donate through PayPal, or buy something in the merch store. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Your support means the world to me. As I'm breaking my tongue and as a Ryanair passes by using reverse thrust, I'm going to say thank you all for joining me here today. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. Stay safe, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I'm gonna say bye for now. Ta-ta!